we'll see RESTful web services. What are the topics we are going to see on this RESTful web services? One is introduction. Next one is REST principles. Next one is importance of JAX RS and Spring annotations. Another one is importance of HTTP in REST. Now next one, URI handlers examples, content handlers examples. Next one is how to handle exception handling in REST. Now next one is filters and interceptors. Now next one is REST services real-time use cases. Another one is security, how to implement security in REST. So these are the topics we are going into discuss on in our RESTful web services. These are the topics we are going into discuss in RESTful web services. So let's see now. Now we'll start. Introduction. Let's try to understand what is introduction. So there is a one object in one JVM. There is a one object in one JVM. So now here see, there is a one object in one JVM is trying into access another objects which are available in another JVM. Let's assume that object 1, object 2, object 3. Object 1, object 2 and object 3. Let's assume that there is a one object in one JVM. That means now here see, it is a one object. That means it is a one object. Object 1. It is a Java object. Java object. This Java object is available in one JVM. It is a real-time project batch. Okay. It is no problem. Okay. Okay, you can listen. Okay, not a problem. Yeah. So now it is a there is a one object in one JVM. There is a another object. Demo is already done, but there is a another object which is available in another JVM. So it is available in another JVM. Object 3. Object 3. There is a one object in one JVM is trying into access another object which is available in another JVM. It is called Java distributed technologies. Distributed technologies in Java. Distributed technologies. So there is a one object in one JVM. One JVM is trying to access another object which is trying to access another object which is available in another JVM. Which is available in another JVM is called Java distributed technologies. Is called distributed technologies in Java. Is called distributed technologies in Java. Okay. Now in this use case, okay, what happened here? In this use case, what happened here? Now here see. In this use case, what happened here? Now here see. See, while communicating these objects from one JVM to another JVM, see, let's assume that this object is developed by Yahoo. This object is written by Amazon. This object is written by Flipkart, whatever it. So Amazon required some information. That information is available with Yahoo. Flipkart required some information. That information is available with Yahoo. That information is available with Yahoo. So what would be happened here? So there is a one object is available in one JVM is trying to access another object which is available in another JVM is called Java Distributed Technologies. See means while trying to communicating these objects. So what happened? This data. See all this is called network. All this is called here network. While transferring the data between network, let's assume that if any some confidential data is there, like username confidential data, like password confidential data, like card number some confidential data. See, while transferring the data from one object to another object, if the data is any confidential data, if the data is any confidential data, then everyone can able to access it. Okay, everyone can able to see this data. Okay, everyone can able to see this data. So to overcome these problems, there are so many distributed technologies are came into the picture. See, there are many distributed technologies are there in market. One is RMI, another one is EJB, another one is circuit programming, and so on. Corba, so many distributed technologies are came into the market. So what happened? See, if you want to develop these applications, so assume that to develop this distributed application, here object 1 is a distributed application, object 2 is a distributed application, object 3 is a distributed application. To develop distributed application, you should use a technology is called RMI, you should use a technology is called EJB, you should use a technology is called Corba, and so on. But I don't want to talk too much on what is RMI, what is EJB, because no projects are using this legacy technologies in the market. No projects are using this in legacy technologies in the market now. So, but if you want to develop your application using RMI and EJB, then what are the drawbacks? Compulsory this Amazon and Flipkart also should be using Java only. So Amazon also, if you use your Yahoo guy is RMI or EJB, you are to communicate this Yahoo application. So this object 2 will write the client code. That client code should be available in RMI EJB only. Here also this client code should be Java only, because they need to write the code in RMI and EJB only. So what are the drawbacks with the RMI and EJB? See, if you write, so there are so many distributed technologies are there in the market. There are so many distributed technologies are available in market. Some of them are RMI, EJB, and so on. RMI or EJB, and so on. If you develop distributed application using RMI comma EJB, then clients also should use Java. Then clients also should use Java only. Clients also should use Java only. Clients also should use Java only. So the problem is now here, yeah, you should force to using Java only. That means you are able, see, you are giving your services to your clients, means it's not free of cost. Amazon will pay in terms of crores to this Yahoo. Flipkart guy will pay in terms of crores to this Yahoo. But due to Yahoo is only in, RMI and EJB, but whoever need that information, all those informations also should be used in, Java only. Here it isn't tightly coupled with Java. So let's assume that before web services, what happened? Let's assume that if you use some .NET technologies, is called Microsoft COM and DCOM. We have COM and DCOM. We have so many .NET technologies are there, WCF. So many, before the web services is coming into the picture. If you want to develop this object in .NET technologies, then only .NET guy only can able to access this application. Only .NET client only can able to access this application. Only .NET client only can able to access this application. Understood what I'm trying to say? So if you develop any one application, any one distribute application before web services, you should buy your product, you should sell your products to only corresponding technologies only. Okay, if you develop your object using .NET, only .NET clients only access it. If you develop your application in Java, only Java clients only can able to access it. In real time, there is no guarantee every organization will use same technologies. In real time, there is no guarantee every organization would use same technologies. If you are using Java, your business will be limited to only Java clients only. If you are using .NET, your business is only limited to .NET clients only. You can't get the business from other than the Java. You can't get the business from other than the .NET clients. So it is one of the drawbacks here. Because of these drawbacks, because of all these drawbacks, Java guys has introduced a concept is called Sun microsystem. Java guys, Java people from Sun microsystem introduced a concept is called web services. That means now here, see, hey, if you develop in Java, if you are a distributed application in Java, means only Java clients can able to access. Only Java clients can able to access. If you develop your distributed application in .NET, if you develop your distributed application in .NET, only .NET clients only. Sorry. Only
client can access.
Yeah, .NET clients only can able to access it. So because of this, your client is losing the revenue from other than the Java guys. Your clients are losing the revenue from other than the .NET clients or Java clients. To overcome these problems, so if you implement it right, it is in terms of crores loss for your organization. Because of these limitations, in terms of crores will be lost. Okay, in terms of crores will be last for that organization. For that organization. So to overcome all these problems, 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 to overcome all these problems. So big people like Sun Microsystem, like Sun Microsystem, big people like Sun Microsystems, like Oracle, like Microsoft. Okay, all guys are all guys are sit together. They introduced a concept is called web services to overcome all these problems. To overcome all these problems, big people like Sun Microsystem, Oracle, Microsoft, IBM, and so on, they sit together, introduced a concept is called web services. Okay, introduced a concept is called web services. How this web services will work, now we'll see practically. How this web services will work, now we'll see that practically. Now here see. So how to overcome these problems by web services? How to overcome these problems by web services? Now here see. So earlier problem is if you build Java, hey, only should Java guys only can able to access it. If it is .NET, then it won't work. Understood? Okay. Now here see. Now what happened? What is web services? Now we are going to see. I have different systems. One system is let's Yahoo. We don't want to disturb this. Another guy is there. Another guy like okay, another Amazon. Another guy is there like Flipkart. In web services, Yahoo guy. No. In web services, whoever develop this service, that guy is called now here provider. Whoever develop this service, that guy is called now here provider. Whoever accessing that service, that guy is the consumer. Whoever accessing that service, that guy is the consumer. Here this consumer is Flipkart. Here this consumer is Amazon. Now let's see, actual story will be started. So now please try to understand here. Now what happened? See. So now you are trying to say that. Now here see. There is a one object in one JVM is trying to access another object which is available in another JVM is called Java Distributed Technologies. Now, if you are using this, consumer is Amazon and Flipkart is the another consumers. Now, what happened? See, whenever your service guy will develop a one service. Now, what happened? So this guy is using maybe .NET. This guy is using Java. This guy using PHP or Java, .NET, some SAP, okay, something is there here. Okay, Java, .NET, SAP means SAP. Now, how to communicate different technologies guys can communicate. Sorry, sir.
No, sir. I say using web services concept. concept they will communicate each other.
Understood. So now here see important stuff. So how these guys can communicate with each other? How these guys can communicate with each other, even though they are having different technology, guys? How they can communicate with each other? Okay. So there is a concept is called there. So even though your provider is .NET and consumer is Java, how this communication between each other? The communication would be in the form of XML or JSON. XML or JSON. I will explain that how this XML or JSON will work. In web services is used to communicate with the different exposures. Okay, to communicate with the different technologies and systems easily can communicate with the help of and concept is called web services. See now, see how these systems can be communicate with each other. Now it is a very important topic. How these systems can be communicate with each other. Important. Now here's him. See, let's assume that provider has provided one service. Provider has provided one service. So how he will provided one service? Let's assume that if the provider is Java or .NET or whatever it, provider has provided one service. After providing the service, he is developing in which technologies? .NET. Provider knows, Yahoo developer knows only .NET only. So this after providing this service, he will prepare a one documentation. After providing the service, he will prepare a one documentation. He will prepare a one documentation. He will prepare a one documentation. What is that documentation is very important. Provider has provided one service. After after developing the service, this provider will prepare a one documentation. So that documentation, if it is soap based web services, that documentation is called WSDL. If it is REST based web services, that documentation is called Swagger. Swagger. Now please try to understand. See, this WSDL is file is in the form of XML and Swagger is in the form of JSON. Swagger is in the form of JSON. WSDL file is in the form of XML and Swagger is in the form of JSON. JSON. Now here JSON or YAML. Okay, YAML format. Now here, once this provider has provided one service, after that they need to share the, so they need to prepare the either WSDL document or they need to prepare the Swagger documentation. They need to prepare the WSDL or they need to prepare the Swagger documentation. Swagger documentation. So now this either WSDL or Swagger documentation to our consumers. WSDL or Swagger documentation to our consumer. Our consumers. We have so many consumers are there. We have so many consumers are there. Your provider will provide one service. Your provider will provide one service. After providing this service, what your provider will do? He will prepare the one WSDL. If it is a SOAP based web services, he will prepare the WSDL. If it is a REST based web services, he will prepare the Swagger and he will share those two documents to your consumers. So now your consumers will have either WSDL, your consumers will have either Swagger. If it is SOAP based web services, WSDL. If it is okay, REST based web services, Swagger. How the Swagger, how it is works, I will explain now. Please try to understand. So, is Java, WSDL and Swagger is not specific to any technologies. WSDL and Swagger is not specific to any technologies. It is generic for all the technologies. WSDL is in the form of XML document and Swagger is in the form of JSON or YAML format. Those are not specific to any technologies. Those are specific to common technologies, which is called XML or YAML. What this Java guy will do, by seeing this Swagger, by seeing this, WSDL, this Java guys will prepare the request object. Java guys will prepare the request object. How this Java guys will be prepare the request object? Java guys will be prepare the request object in which technologies? This is in Java, because my, it is in Java, because my consumer is in Java. So your consumer will prepare the request object in which technologies? Java technologies. So whenever your consumer is trying to send a request to your provider, and never your consumer is trying into send a request to your provider, at consumer end some processors are there. At consumer end some processors are there. Your Java object will be converting into either XML or JSON. Either XML or JSON. This XML or JSON will be transferred to your provider. At provider end, some processors will be there. At provider end, some processors will be there. At provider end, some processors will be there. What these processors will do? These processors convert your XML to .NET object. Convert your XML to .NET object, because your provider is using .NET. Because your provider is using .NET. .NET or whatever technologies it is. At this stage here, these guys is using .NET technologies. Now I would say here .NET. Okay, .NET request object. I would say here request object only. In which technologies you got this? Okay, in .NET technologies. This object will reach to whom? This object will be reached to whom? Your provider. That's it. Now provider will process the request, because provider knows only .NET only. Okay, provider will process the request. After that, provider will prepare the response object. Provider will talk to backend systems and get the response and prepare the response object. Provider will prepare the response object in which technologies? Provider will prepare the response object in which technologies? .NET, because provider knows only .NET. Because provider knows only .NET. Okay, provider will prepare the response object in .NET. So provider will process your request and he will prepare the response object, and he will prepare the response object in which technology is .NET. And never your provider is trying into send a response object to your consumer. At provider end some processors are there. At provider end some processors are there. Your response object will be converting into XML or JSON. At provider end some processors will be there. your response object will be converting into XML or JSON. This XML JSON will be coming to your consumer. This XML or JSON will be coming to your consumer. At consumer end, some processors will be there. Again here XML or JSON. These again will be converting into Java object. Again will be converting into Java, okay, response object. In which technologies? Again it will be converting into Java object. In which technologies? Okay, Java object. Java, because provider is this consumer knows only Java. Now here, see here, provider don't know consumer is sending request in which technologies. Always your provider will receive a request in the form of XML. Consumer don't know provider is using which technologies. Always consumer will receive a response in the form of XML. Now see here you have Flipkart. Okay, Flipkart is there. Flipkart is another consumer. So Flipkart guy will be prepare the request object in which technologies. Let's assume that Flipkart guy will be using PHP. Let's assume that this Flipkart guy will be using request object in which which technologies? PHP technologies. Let's assume that. See, by seeing this WSDL or by seeing this Swagger documentation, so these two are not specific to any technologies. By seeing this these documents, now here your Flipkart developers will be prepare the request object, will be prepare the request object in which technologies? PHP. But you cannot send this PHP object to your provider, because your provider can understand only .NET only. If you give PHP to your provider, he can't understand anything. At consumer end, some processors will be there, convert this PHP request object. At consumer end, some processors will be there, convert this request object into either XML or JSON. Convert this request object into either XML or JSON. This XML or JSON will be transferred to this XML or JSON will be transferred to your provider. At provider end, some processors will be there. At provider end, some processors will be there. What these processors will do? Convert your XML or JSON to convert your XML or JSON to Java object. Convert your XML or JSON to
.NET
.NET object, because your provider can understand only .NET technologies. Your provider can understand only .NET technologies. Now here see, now this .NET request object will goes to your provider. It goes to your provider. Hey, your provider will process the request. Your provider will process the request, and the provider will give response. Always your provider will give response in which technologies? .NET, because your provider knows only .NET only. Always your provider will receive a response. Okay, send a response in which technologies? .NET technologies. Provider will prepare the response object in .NET technologies. Response object in .NET technologies. At provider end, some processors will be there. What would be happen? This response object at provider end, some processors will be there. This response object will be converting into XML or JSON. Response object will be converting into XML or JSON. This XML or JSON will be transferred to your consumer. This XML or JSON will be transferred to your consumer. At consumer end, some processors will be there, convert this XML or JSON to PHP response object. JSON to PHP response object. JSON to a response object in which technologies? PHP. Okay. Now see. Now there is a one object in one JVM is trying to access another objects. These objects are available in another JVM, but still these objects rise is trying to communicate with other objects with the help of XML or JSON. With the help of XML or JSON. Now if you see here, provider don't know consumers may be a Java, .NET, PHP, XYZ, SAP, whatever it. Here, provider don't know consumers are sending a request in the form of which technologies. Always provider will receive a request in the form of XML, XML or JSON. Here consumers don't know provider is sending a response in the form of which technologies. Always your consumers will receive a response in the form of either XMLs or JSON. So if you see this, irrespective of the technologies, you can able to communicate with each other with the help of XMLs or JSON. That's why web service is an interoperability. It is able to operate between all these systems with the help of XMLs or JSON. All the systems with the help of XMLs or JSON. Now it is non-technical architecture for web service. Now what is a technical architecture for a web
Sir,
service?
sir, what is the WSDL and Swagger?
No, I'm going to explain now. Okay, I'm going to explain now. So what is the technical architecture for web service? Now here see. Here let's assume that I have an Yahoo company. Let's assume that this Yahoo guy is using please try to understand, it is very important. So what is there inside of this WSDL? Yahoo means it is in web service terminologies. This guy is the provider. Provider has provided one service. What is that service? Weather information. If you pass input city or country, output is how much temperature of this weather. Output is how much temperature. How many degrees of centigrade it is there, it will give. So I want to build one service. Let's assume that now we are using this Yahoo guy is using Java. So how to write one simple code in Java? How to write one simple code in Java? Simple code. Public interface weather service public float get weather info string city name get weather info string city name string city name. No, implementation class implementation class weather service IMPL class weather service IMPL implements weather service. Let's assume that here huge business logic is there. Here huge business logic is there. It will give response. Call to backend systems and get the response. Call to backend systems and get the response. Call to backend systems and get the response. Now here see. Done. Once it is done. Now what happened? Now what happened? So it is in Java. It is in Java. Provider has provided one service. Provider will prepare the documentation. That documentation is called WSDL. WSDL stands for Web Service Description Language. WSDL stands for Web Service Description Language. WSDL stands for Web Service Description Language. Now, what is there here? What is there in this WSDL? Now here see. What is your service definitions? What is the service definitions? And what is the interface name? I'm going to give an example. It is blueprint. Interface name is either service. What is interface name? And what is the operation name? Operation is get weather info. Operation is get weather info. Now what is the input? Now here what is the input and what is the output? Everything will be available in the form of XMLs. To understand this, no need. If it is consumer is .NET, .NET should understand this WSDL. If consumer is Java, Java guys should understand what is interface name, what is operation name, what is input and what is output. Every technologies, their own technologies, they should be understand their own technologies. There should be understand all the stuff. There should be understand all the stuff. Understood, right? Now here see. Now what happened here? Now if it is Swagger, same. Instead of XML, here how this stuff is there. Swagger is a REST user guide documentation. It is service user guide. Same here. What is the URI? What is the path? Of what is the input and what is the output? What is the input and what is the output? Everything looks like same. So if it is so, it is not, these are not specific to any technologies. What will do this, whoever is the consumer, they will share WSDL or Swagger to these consumers. WSDL or Swagger to that consumers. Let's assume that your consumer may be Amazon. So what this Amazon will do, Amazon want what this Amazon will do, Amazon want to display this temperature. Once the user will be logging into amazon.com application, once the user will be logging into amazon.com application, Amazon Amazon customers can see this information in the Amazon customers can see this information in the after logging into customers. After logging into customers, Amazon guys can see this information. Now what happened? Now what happened? Now we'll see here. Now we'll see here. So by seeing this WSDL documentation, this guy Amazon developers will write the client code. How to write the client code? See, by seeing this WSDL, Amazon guy will write the request object. How to write the request object? So they have interface name, they have operations name, they have everything. They will prepare either service request is equal to new whether service request and so on. New whether service request, like that they would be prepared here. New whether service request, like that they would be prepared here. Now, so whenever like that, string okay, request dot s is equal to okay, request dot set city name Hyderabad, okay, something like that. They have prepared this okay request object. Whenever after they will prepare the request object, after they will prepare the request object at consumer end, some processors will be there. At consumer end, some processors will be there. Those processors as the okay, responsible convert this at our request object we are preparing. By seeing Vigidal or by seeing Swagger, they will be converting this request object into XML. How the XML is there? XML is this one. Request city name, like that they will be prepared. So I am closing this request. See, by seeing this, if it is JSON, how this JSON? Simple city name Hyderabad. By seeing this, can you able to know is this specific to any technologies? Please tell me. By seeing this XML or JSON, can you able to know? Can you tell is it okay, XML or okay, is it JSON? Can you tell anyone? Can you tell
What did you
anyone,
say,
team?
sir? By seeing this, what?
So let's assume that my Amazon guy is the Java guy. But by seeing this code, you can tell it is a Java or .NET. But by seeing
Yes.
this XML or JSON, can you tell it is a Java or .NET? No.
No, ever.
No, right? So by seeing the code, you can tell it is Java or .NET. But by seeing this XML or JSON, you can't tell it is a Java or .NET. See, this XML data will be or JSON data will go to whom? Your provider. This XML JSON data will go to whom? Your provider. Understood what I'm trying to say? So your provider don't know your consumer is using XML or JSON. Your provider don't know consumer is using XML or JSON. So this XML will go to your provider at provider end. Now this again XML file will be converting at provider end. Again XML or JSON will be converting. XML or JSON would be converting into Java object. Because here provider don't know consumer using which technologies. Your consumer don't know provider is using which technologies. Always your provider will tell, hey, I am exposing one service. It doesn't matter whether I am using soap or I am using REST or whether I am using Java or .NET, you don't bother. So I am developing a web service. So whoever my consumers are there, I will provide them to WSDL or Swagger documentation. That consumer has the responsible. By seeing WSDL or by seeing Swagger, they will prepare the app service request object and they will call this to your service. At consumer end, some processors are there. Those processors are responsible to convert your request object into XML or JSON. That XML will goes to your provider. At provider end, some processors are there. Those processors will convert your XML or JSON to your Java object. Understood? Here question is, who is that processor? Question is, who is that processor? So who is that processor? Means, see, now for every request in web services, for every request, consumer end request object will be convert into XML or JSON, and provider end XML and JSON will be convert into since we are using Java, for every request consumer end Java request object will be convert into XML or JSON, and provider end XML or JSON will be convert into Java object.
Sir, you written consumer will change Java request object into XML or JSON. कि consumer will receive JSON and XML and convert according to own language.
No. Consumer will prepare the request object. Always this request object will be converting into XML or JSON. Receiving is okay, you can ignore it. Provider will share one document to consumer. Okay. I will explain in easy way. So what are the steps are required to provider end steps? Understand the client requirement. Write the code. Write the service development. Prepare the user guide documentation, either in WSDL or in Swagger. Fourth one, share this document. Share the user guide document to consumer. What is this consumer end steps? Number one, get the user guide documentation from provider. Get the user guide documentation from provider. Get the user guide documentation either in the form of Visital or Swagger. Either in the form of WSDL or Swagger. Get the user guide documentation from provider. Prepare the request object. by using Visual or Swagger. See, whenever you prepared this, send the request object to provider. While sending request object at consumer end, this request object will be convert into here consumer using which technology is Java. Convert this request object into XML. As of now, we'll use called XML. Now this XML will go to provider. At provider end, again this XML file will be converting into Java request object. This request object will go to whom? Provider. Means for every request to provider end, your Java object will be converting into XML. Consumer end, your XML file will be converting into Java object. Provider will process the response, process the request. Provider will process the request and he will prepare the response. Provider will process the request and he will prepare the response. Prepare the response. Prepare the response. Java response object. Provider will process the request and prepare the response. At provider end, some processors are there. Those processors are converting into XML. Send this XML to your consumer. At consumer end, again convert this XML into Java response object. Java response object. Give this Java response object to whom? Your consumer. Give this Java response object to your consumer. Give this Java response object to here consumer. Understood, team, or any questions? This is the way.
Yeah, this is the way, sir. And what is a guide documentation, sir? मतलब user guide documentation. What is in it? सर
That is
इसमें क्या
called
होता है user guide?
this WSDL or Swagger. User documentation will have information about your service. What is the service? What is the description of your service? What is the service input? What is the service output? What is the service format, XML or JSON? Everything will be available in that user documentation.
Okay, okay, sir.
Understood? Everything will be available in that user documentation.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, team? You can ask.
Sir.
That means what I'm trying to say, for every request, consumer end request object should be converting into XML. Request object for every request, consumer end request object will convert to XML. Provider end XML to XML will convert into Java object. For every response, who will give response? Provider, right? Provider end response object will convert into XML. Again, consumer end XML will convert into Java object, a response object. Every request in web services, your provider, your consumer end, your object will be converting into XML, and provider end, that XML file will be converting into Java object. Response, provider end, response object will be converting into XML, consumer end, XML will convert into Java object. Here provider don't know, consumer is always sending a request in which technologies, always it is in XML. Consumer don't know, provider is sending a response in the form of which technologies, always it is XML. Now see what are the real-time terminologies in. So now see who will convert. So now here real-time terminologies. So now my question is how to prepare the web services in Java. I will give answer as of now. I will give if it is soap based web services. So you should go for JAX WS, Java API for XML web services. If it is okay, RESTful based web services, you should go for JAX RS or Spring REST. JAX RS or Spring REST. Now how to do this, how to work? Now we'll see practically. Still we are in introduction only. Now okay, next one. So done. Now next question. So who will convert Java object to XML and XML to Java object? Who will convert Java object to JSON and JSON to Java object? Who will do this? Who will do this stuff?
JAX RS.
No.
For
Yeah.
in case of the GPU.
JAX RS only. Answers are JAX B. Java API for XML binding. This JAX B will take care to convert Java object to XML and to convert Java object to XML and XML to Java object.
Like in servlet, sir, we write XML information in XML. XML parcel will convert all things into servlet object, na, sir?
Sorry? No, that is different. That is different.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay, I will explain. Okay, that is different. Who will convert Java object to JSON and JSON to Java object? Who will convert Java object to JSON and in JSON to Java object? So there is a concept is called Jackson. There is a concept is called Jackson. Java object to JSON and JSON to Java object. There is a concept is called Jackson. Jackson will take care to convert Java object to JSON and JSON to Java object. Means if both provider and consumer is Java, here you have, if both provider and consumer is Java, here you have JAXB is there. This JAXB will take care to convert your Java object into XML. XML will go to your provider. At provider end, who is there? JAXB is there. That JAXB has the responsible to convert your Java object to your XML to Java object. Your XML to Java object. Okay, understood, team? Any questions here? So who
No,
will
sir.
convert your Java object into XML and XML into Java object means JAXB. Who will convert your Java object into XML and XML into Java object means JAXB. JAXB has the responsible to take care of to convert Java object to XML and work XML to Java object. What about this one? So JSON, who will convert Java object into JSON and JSON to Java object means Jackson. Jackson will take care to convert Java object to JSON and JSON to Java object. JSON to Java object. That's it. Any questions, team? You can ask. If it is okay, then he'll share our what are the real-time project terminologies. Okay, in real-time terminologies. Real-time terminologies. First, always it should talk about. Always it should talk about services. How many services you built in your project? Order services, product services, order service, product service, account service, balance service, account info service, statement. You will get in credit card statement, statement details, service. These are all. Now, how many APIs we have built till now? A service may have a number of methods. Create order is one API. Update order is one API. Get order is one API. Update order is one API. Delete order is one API. Understood? Create order, update order, create order, update order, delete order, and so on. All these are APIs. Now, how in our real time they are going to talk each every API? What is the request XML and what is the response XML? Or what is the request.json comma response.json? Each API, what is the request XML and what is the response XML? And what is the request JSON and what is the response JSON? What is the request JSON and what is the response JSON? Each and every API. Understood, team? So how it is happening? So request XML and okay, response XML. Request in JSON and okay, response JSON. So another one is what is endpoint URL? Endpoint URL means location of the service. Endpoint URL means location of the service. Where you are, that means where is the service deployed that location. So okay, example is without knowing location, how can you call your service? HTTP colon localhost colon slash orders service slash orders. It is the location. So where is means in this location your service has deployed. Hundreds of service will be deployed in this location. I am calling my service. Inside of the my service, so many methods are there. Each method I want to call orders method. I want to call get orders. That's it. This is called okay endpoint URL. The service name, API's name, request and response, endpoint URL. Okay, now please share service user guides, maybe in the form of SOAP or it may be in the form of XML. This is the way how you are going to use real-time terminologies on web services. How we are going to use real-time terminologies on web services. Any questions, team? This is about introduction. This is about introduction. This is about introduction. Any questions you can ask? If you are okay, then we'll start. Our next topic is REST principles. This is about introduction. Any questions, team? Hope all are good. Yeah.
Hello,
Others?
sir. We use XML in SOAP.
Yeah. No. REST also will use in XML. I will explain all step by step. SOAP XML is different. XML also you can use in REST. I will explain that. I will explain what is the difference between SOAP based web service and REST based web services also. I will explain.
These
Okay.
methods are called APIs, sir.
Yeah, APIs. Order service is an service interface. Inside of this, how many methods are there? Every method is one of the API. This method should be exposing to your consumers. How to exposing and all I will explain now. Is it clear, team, everyone? Or any questions?
No, sir.
Sir, this is the third point is a document request.
Sorry. Third point, right?
Third point.
Okay, request.xml. No.
Request.json response.json
Generally,
is a document.
we need to discuss, right? What is the get order sample request and response XML? What is the request XML? What is the response XML? What is the request JSON and what is the response JSON? That we need to discuss, right?
Okay.
See, if you are calling one API means we should know what is the request, what is the request XML format and what is the response XML format, right? That's all this one. No, okay, that's fine. Now we'll see. Okay. 40 years old of this web features. Not now. This web features from 40 years old. 40 years old of this web features. What are these 40 years old web features? What are these 40 years old of this web features means? One is HTTP. Another one is HTTP methods. Another one is URI. See, on top of this 40 years old of this web features, now they implemented, REST guys has implemented some principles. 40 years old of web features, REST guys has implemented some principles. What are those principles? One is URI. 40 years old of this web features. On top of this above features, REST guys has implemented some principles. One is resource, another one is URI, another one is representation. Resource, URI, and representation, and uniform interface, and ATOs. Hyper media as the engine of application status. These are called REST principles. 40 years old of web features. On top of web features, they implemented some principles, REST principles. Those after implementing all these REST principles, then it become as a REST. REST stands for representational state transfer. 40 years old of these above features. On top of these above features, they implemented some principles. Those principles are called resource, URI, representation, uniform interface, ATOs. On top of these REST principles, they introduced on top of these web features, they introduced some REST principles. It is called a REST. REST stands for representational state transfer. REST stands for representational state transfer. So now first we will see what is meant by these REST principles. Then we'll talk about what is REST. REST principles means first one is URI. First one is resource. Resource means everything, anything physically representation, anything physically available, anything physically existing is called resource. That means now if you see in our technical terminologies, resource means a interface is a resource, class is a resource, method is a resource, images or files are called resource, database is a resource. Everything is called a resource. So it is called a resource. A resource is physically existing is called a resource. Resource is physically existing is called a resource. Now see, now next you will see what is the URI. I will explain the difference between resource and URI. I will explain what is the URI. First we will go for URL. URL stands for uniform resource locator. Okay, example is http://www.srinotech.com. www.srinotech.com. What is the URI? URI stands for Uniform Resource Identifier. Uniform Resource Identifier. Okay, example is http://. What is identifier? Okay, example is http:// http:// URI is uniform resource identifier. Now what is there here? www.srinoteco.com/courses web services. What is the uniform resource identifier? Web service SOAP, web services REST. So it is called all are RESTful web services. Only I want introduction topic. These are all called resources. URI, uniform resource identifier.
What is the
URI,
difference between two?
yeah, URI is superset of URL. Difference means here only srinoteco.com, your only location. Once you will identify, once you locate the Srinotech, from Srinotech, uniform interface. Here it is a one URI. /courses/WS, it is a one URI. URI means uniform resource identifier. Identify the particular resource. Here srinoteco.com is only location. Once you will locate the srinoteco.com, now you need to identify all this. Understood? So it is a one different URI. 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 See, uniform resource identifier, uniquely identifier particular resource. If you want access a particular resource, you need to identify uniquely. You need to identify uniquely. So always URI is the superset of URL. Means always when compared to URL, URI will have more information is there. Now next one is, what is the relationship between URI and URL? Okay. Now relationship between URI and URL. Now here see, you have a one resource, R1. Resource may be a class or interface, resource may be a file, whatever it. You have a one resource. If you have the URI, try to access this URI with resource. That's it. Using one URI you can represent. Using one URI you can call this resource. Now you have another resource. You have another resource R2. You have another resource R3. Now it is R2. Now it is R3. See, two URI can represent same resources. This is the URI2. This is the URI3. See, two URIs can represent same resource. Not a problem. Means if you ask SOAP, if you ask REST, both will be in one single document, single file. Even if you click on SOAP based web service, even if you click on a REST based web services, you will get only one document which contain both SOAP and REST. But single URI does not refer to multiple resources. Single URI does not refer to multiple resources. It is something like that. Now, see, a person and Gmail, which is Gmail. Person and Gmail, it is two persons. Say Gmail is a URI. Sorry, it's reverse. Gmail to person is a resource here. Two Gmail IDs can have one single person, but single Gmail ID does not belongs to a multiple person. Here The relationship between URI means one-to-one is okay. Relationship between, now this is many to one also okay. But relationship between one to many is not okay. One to many is not okay. Relationship between one to one is okay. Relationship between many to one is okay. But relationship between one to many is not okay. Relationship between one to many is not okay. Let's try to understand. See, a resource may be anything. Okay, anything is okay. Representation. Anything is physically existing is called a resource. Anything is physically existing is called a resource. A resource may be interface. Resource may be a class. Resource may be a method, image. But how to call this resource? To call this resource, I need URI, not URL. URL means only one location. But once you identify the URL, then you need to access what resource you want from sinoteco.com. From sinoteco.com, you have so many. From sinoteco.com, you have new batches. From sinoteco.com, you have demo videos. From sinoteco.com, you have what you want. From sinoteco.com, you want a placement. From sinoteco.com, see, everything is called a URI. Everything is called an URI. It is. Understood, team? URI. So this is the relationship between URI and URL. Now next one. What is mean by representation? I would say what is mean by representation. What is mean by representation? I would say how you are representing your data. How you are representing your data. That means now here see, I have a client. I have a server. I have a client and I have a server. I would say I have a client. I have a server. Now, client will send a request. Client will send a request. Client is sending a request is nothing but order ID. Or I want /customers/customer ID. Client is sending a request. Server would give response. Client is sending a request. Server would give response of this customer ID. What is this customer ID response? Customer ID, customer name, customer address, customer ID, customer name, customer address. And address is Hyderabad. That means how we are representing our request and response data. Representation is nothing but data format of request and response. That means how you are representing your request and response data. How you are representing request and response data. How you are representing request and response data is called representation. How you are representing your request and response data. What format you are representing request and response data. how you are representing request and response data, and what format you are going into represent is called a representation. See, are you representing your data is in the form of XML? Are you representing your data is in the form of XML? Are you representing your data is in the form of JSON? Are you representing your data is in the form of text? Are you representing your data in the form of HTML? How your representation? Representation means how you are representing yourself, like how you are representing your data. That is called representation. That is called representation. If you can represent in the form of XML, it would be XML. If you represent in the form of JSON, it could be JSON. Understood, team? What is uniform interface? I will explain uniform interface and ATOs. These two are later. See, 40 years old of these above features. On top of these above features, built these REST principles. On top of web features, they built some REST principles. They built some REST principles. So whenever you become these REST principles, then it is become as a, now here on top of this web features, they introduced some principles. Whenever your RESTful web services will follow all these principles, then it will become as a REST. Become as a REST. Understood? Yeah. Any questions, team? Now, see, once any application will follow all these principles, then it will become as a REST. REST stands for representational. What is representational state transfer? REST is an architectural style. REST is an architectural style. That means it is a theory. It is a theory or concept. It is a theory or concept. Take this theory. How you are implemented, it's your wish. 40 years now, here see, now if you take this theory, REST is an architectural style, means it's a theory. Take this theory, how you can implement, it's your wish. So REST guys has given, Rayfield has given these principles only as a theory. Rayfield feel like, hey, every project, every application should follow the resources and URI and uniform interface and representation and ATOs. It is the standard. Understood? Now, this Java guys take this theory, implemented a concept is called JAX-RS. Java guys implemented a, no, read this theory, implemented a concept is called JAX-RS. JAX-RS stands for Java API for XML RESTful web services. Java API for XML RESTful web services. JAX-RS is an API. JDBC is an API. You can't develop with this API as per our requirement. Compulsory. There are some implementation vendors. There are some implementation vendors. What are the implementation vendors? One is Jersey. One is Jersey. Another one is Apache Access to Apache CXF. Apache CXF. Any one of the implementation vendor is mandatory. Only JDBC is an API. Without implementation vendor, what can you do? without implementation vendor, what can we do? So that's why now here, see, you have to know these many implementation vendors are there. Jax RS is an API. All these implementation vendors, understood? It's kind of JDBC is an API, Oracle, MySQL, how it is there. Similarly here, these are called implementation vendors. So similarly, .NET guy will take this API specification, and .NET guy also will write the code in .NET. So .NET also is an API. There are so many implementation vendors are there for this WCF, WVF and all. So implementation vendors, you can use which implementation vendor, either one of the implementation vendor, you can use it. Either one of the implementation vendor, you can use it. Depends.
I think, sir, Jersey is famous, sir.
Yeah, Jesse is in internet very rare, frequently used commands will be available. That's why we would be using Jersey main. So try field has given REST API specification given 2020. So most of the people know here has given REST API specification. So whoever want, right, whoever need, they will, whoever need, they will write implementation code for one of the see, whoever need, they will write implementation code of one of the they will write the implementation code of the Jax RS. Understood, team? Any questions you can ask. So that's why REST is an architectural style. It's not a theory, it's a concept. Whoever want, they can use it. If
Sir, what this Jax RS will do, sir?
Jax RS will have all interfaces and classes. JDBC is an interface. What do JDBC will do? If you open this in JDBC, only you have what are the classes and interfaces are there, but who will take care of to convert Java object and okay, remaining stuff, all so many are there, who will take care all? Okay, did you get it, sir? Since JDBC is an API, without driver class can't you able to communicate to your JDBC API? No, driver classes are mandatory. Understood, sir?
So, sir, Jax RS contains classes and driver classes.
Yes, it should go definitely. Yeah, go ahead. Any questions? So similarly, Spring Guys also has implemented one more API using that specification. Spring REST, don't know internally it might be using Jersey also, but not sure which one it will be using. See, Spring REST also will use this internal. Spring REST also will use this internal.
What this vendor Jersey, Apache Axis, and Apache CXF will do, sir?
Sorry.
What will these vendors do?
Okay. See, these vendors, right?
Yes, like Jersey.
Every implementation vendor, their own servlet is there. Jersey is servlet, CXF, yeah. See that servlet, whenever you call, right, it will talk to your backend systems and get the response and given to you.
What will these vendors do, like Jersey?
See, who will who will receive the request and who will process the request and who will give the response to your consumer? This, it is an API. JAX-RS is an API. It is an API like JDBC. So these are the vendors. Means they will write the interfaces and IMPL classes. All vendors, Jersey vendors will write the source code in Jersey, and Apache access to guy will write the code in access and and Apache CXF, okay, its own client code is there. Using that they will expose your web services. Only plain JAX-RS you cannot do it.
Sir, it means JAX-RS has interfaces, and whatever the vendors implement, they will do implementation.
No, JAX-RS will provide the only set of interfaces and classes. If you are using Jersey implementation vendor to take care of implement code of this JAX-RS. If you are using Apache access to will take care of to implement the code of JAX-RS.
Sir, what about the below statement? Roy field has given the REST API specification. A specification means interfaces, na sir?
Yeah, specification means it's a
Interfaces.
Roy field has given this architectural style, not specification. Roy field has given REST architectural paper publication. He did one PhD in paper publication on 2017 something. That paper is now it is become as a entire market now. Has given Troy field has given REST API, okay, REST API architectural. So now okay, everyone is using that architectural style to implement as per their need. Now we'll see what are the JAX-RS annotations. JAX-RS annotations. One is @path, @get, @post, @put, @delete. There are so many annotations are there. Few of the annotations are @path, @get, @post, @put, @delete, @produces, @consumes, @path param, @query param, @matrix param, @form param, @form param, @path, @get, @post, @put, @produces, @consumes, @path param, @query param, @matrix param, @form param, @cookie param, @header param, @context, context URI info or whatever it, context, URI info. So there are so many annotations are there. Singleton, there are so many annotations are there. At the rate, bean param, all these are annotations. It is Jack's RS annotations. Next one. Next one. At the rate produces, at the rate consumes, at the rate path, at the rate query, at the rate farm, at the rate cookie, at the rate context, at the rate singleton. So these many annotations are there. So in our real time, these many annotations are there. Understood? So using these annotations, we should work on it. Understood, team? So these are the Jack's RS annotations. Path param, query param, matrix param, form param, cookie param. Now, next important is bean param, singleton, context. Understood, team? Understood, team? Any questions? Now here, these are the Jack's RS specification has given this annotations at the rate path, at the rate produces, at the rate consumes, at the rate path param, at the rate query param, at the rate form param, at the rate, okay, header param, at the rate cookie param, at the rate context URI, at the rate singleton, at the rate bean param. Understood, team? So these are the annotations we need to learn how these annotations will work. So to develop one REST API using Jack's RS, we need all the annotations are required to develop the REST API using Jack's RS. We need all the above annotations. If you are going with the Spring REST, market Jack's RS very, people are not encouraging, not using. If any opportunity, they are going into use Spring REST or Springboard Spring REST. What are the annotations are there in Spring REST? No, at the rate path, instead of at the rate path, you should go for request mapping. No, next one, you should go for at the rate REST controller. You should go for at the rate get mapping, at the rate post mapping, at the rate put mapping. Okay, now these are the annotations. Understand at the rate xxx mapping. Now fifth one, at the rate path variable. I will explain what is these annotations and all I will explain. At the rate request to param, at the rate request to param, at the rate path variable. Now next one, at the rate header request header. So same annotations only. There header param, here okay, request header, okay, depends upon requirement. If you are going with Spring REST, use this annotations. If you are going with the plain REST, independent. Understood? So how to use, where to use all the annotations, I will explain practically. So you can develop API using plain REST, you can Spring REST. But most of the cases in Spring REST only, plain REST no one will use these days, but still we are okay discussing. If it is plain REST means these annotations, if it is Spring REST means like see how it is. Request mapping, at the rate REST controller, at the rate get mapping, post mapping, put mapping and so on. Then at the rate path variable, at the rate request param, @request header. These are the main annotations how to use. The above annotations are used to develop REST API. The above annotations are used to build the REST, build the Spring REST, to build or develop the Spring REST, to build or develop the Spring REST. Understood, team? Any questions you can ask me here. We need to strong on these annotations to build the REST API. You can develop your service provider. Always, you can develop your REST API. You can develop your provider two ways. Develop the provider in two ways. One is using plain REST. Another one is using Spring REST. One is plain REST. Another one is using Spring REST. Plain REST and Spring REST. So if it is plain REST, you could handle all these and annotations. Plain REST means you should go for using JAX-RS annotations. Build REST API using JAX-RS annotations. Spring REST means build REST API using Spring REST annotations. Okay, any questions, team? You can ask. Now we'll start our actual stuff.
Sir, Spring REST and Spring Boot, there is any difference between these things?
Yeah, Spring Boot also will use Spring REST to develop REST API. But difference is, okay, remaining stuff later I will explain. Spring Boot, we will use Spring REST to develop the REST APIs. Understood? It is a different one. You are using Spring Boot means for this REST API, you are using all these annotations. All these annotations. You are using all these annotations. Understood? Spring Boot is different approach, but if you want to develop Spring REST API using Spring Boot means you should use. Okay, let's see how it is.
Sir,
Understood,
nowadays
team?
we only use Spring REST.
Yeah, most of the projects are using Spring REST now. But sir, why I should run JAX-RS? The reason is still some legacy of services are there. Those are still built on okay, legacy means old one, JAX-RS only. We should have awareness of JAX-RS also.
Okay, sir.
Understood? Any questions, please ask. Any confusions here?
Spring REST also internally using JAX-RS?
No, Spring REST its own implementation. It's not using JAX-RS. Spring REST its own implementation. It's not JAX-RS. Understood, sir?
Yes.
So in your real time, as I told, you have a provider, you have a consumer. To develop the provider application using Java. So you have only two options. One is provider is plain REST, provider is Spring REST. If it is plain REST, to build the REST API using JAX-RS annotations. If it is Spring REST, to build the REST API using Spring REST annotations. Now, how to build? So you should know. If anyone will ask, please write the one simple REST API. You are starting REST API using Spring Boot means it is not recommended these annotations JAX-RS. You should use always these annotations only. Spring Boot also will use Spring REST and annotations to develop REST API. Spring Boot will use Spring REST annotations. Spring Boot will use Spring REST annotations to develop REST API. Understood, team? So you should be remember this all Spring REST annotations is coming along with the Spring MVC. Spring MVC only, but all these annotations are Spring MVC, but except view layer, you need all these annotations. Spring MVC except view layer, without view layer, we should use to build REST APIs using Spring MVC annotations. Using Spring MVC annotations. Any questions, team? Any questions,
which
team?
language are used? Angular,
No, first we'll use 2-3 examples in JAX-RS.
Sir, in Vue,
Sir, it is not
which
audible. Can you ask?
framework are used? Angular,
Sir, why are you talking about Angular now? What is your confusion? See, my intention is, okay, I will explain.
Before
If
REST,
it
we
is
need to learn
always
about
web service. No need. I will take care of everything. So it is web service. Always, if it is web service, means we have two components. One is provider, another one is consumer. If it is provider, again, two ways. SOAP based web services and REST. It all depends. There may be, but SOAP no one will use in the market now. SOAP and REST now. SOAP and REST now. In this again REST, we'll have two things. Plain REST and Spring REST. Now it is Spring REST. Using Spring REST. It is plain SOAP. It is JAX-WS. It is JAX-WS. That's it. Consumer, if it is REST, you should write the client code to call the service and get the response. How this I will explain practically. What I am trying to say, market, this developing this is gone. No one will use. But still some legacy one is there, we should go, but every API is using this one now. Okay, everyone using this one now. Any questions, team, you can ask.
Sir, as you told this, except this view layer, we are using those annotation in any layer. Any layer means can we use in service layer also? Because as I know, we can use those controller layer.
We'll use service layer also. Will use in the project. You will be able to know how to use this service layer and all. In our project development, you will be using.
Okay.
Understood, madam? Service layer will use, controller layer will use, DAO layer will use, everything will use. But JSPs will not be there. Instead of JSPs, always if it is a web service means it returns either in the form of XML or in the form of JSON. If it is web application, JSP rendering is there. If it is web services, it is distributed application, no JSPs, no presentation layer. Always return either XML or JSON. That's what we are doing here. So if it is web service, no JSP, only written either XML or JSON. If it is MVC web application, written in the form of JSPs. Here no JSPs, if you see. No JSPs here. Always it returns XML or JSON. Always it returns XMLs or JSON. Team, please try to understand. Basics are not good means then it is very difficult to write our coding.
Here we Spring MVC we will use
Sorry.
without Spring MVC. Why we
See,
use Spring MVC?
all these annotations are Spring MVC annotations only, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. All these annotations are Spring MVC means what? What? So
We are
we
going.
are using Spring MVC annotations to build Spring REST. Spring MVC annotations we will use to bring Spring REST. Any questions, team? Now we'll see. Now we'll start actual examples. Now we'll start. I will show you one example, simple example. So now we are using these annotations. Now I will start one simple example. After that, very important, entire your RESTful is depending on this fourth. If you understand this fourth, nothing is there like RESTful app services. If you understand this fourth one, nothing is there in RESTful app services. That one you should be strong on how to build your REST APIs. Strong on how to build your REST APIs. So it is very important, team. Importance of HTTP in our REST is very important. Now, shall we start now? So, or we will take break, lunch break, and we'll come at 2 o'clock. Which one is good, team?
Lunch break, sir.
Yes,
I
sir.
think
Okay, sir.
15-minute break is okay, sir.
Okay then.
I think
This
Normal
conference will
Java
now be
class want to
recorded.
become as a REST API. You need to become as @path/order. @path/order. So now, or @path/v1 we can give now. Now next step. What is next step now? See here. What is next step now? It is get order. So your it is for your URI can be able to access only v1 only. I want to access this one. How to use /orders. I want to access this one. I want to expose this one. How to use orders order ID. I want to access this one. String name. How to use this one? You should use @path. You should use @path. Now, so /orders. Now, how to read these values? Now I will explain. /orders. How to /get order something. So now please try to understand. Due to space issue, I am reducing this. Font. Hope this is okay. Now, how to access this one? This is also okay. Give @path. Give @path/orders. Now please try to understand here. Now please try to understand here. Now what you should understand here, please try to understand. Now here you are using @path/orders. Now here you are using @path/orders. Now is it which method? It is get method. You are not posting anything. You are retrieving the data from the server. Here it is also same here, retrieving the data from the server. Here also it would be same, retrieving the data from the server. But here we are inserting the data into server. Now please, okay, try to understand. Here, okay, inside of the method we have code is there. That code later we'll see. Inside of the method we have code is there. That code how it is later we'll see. Now please, okay, try to understand. Here still we have some more stuff is there here. Still we have some more stuff is there. What is that stuff? I will explain. Now here see. So I have a web.xml. What is this web.xml? I will explain. Sorry? No problem.
Create order have both path same.
Even though path is same, method is different. Did you see?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that if you pass the get method, first get order will be called. If you pass the post method, second order would be called. Understood? Even though method name is same, you need to understand, even though method name is same, but what you should understand, this path, this okay, HTTP method is different. HTTP method is different. Understood, sir? Okay, now here web.xml, what implementation vendor you are using, the corresponding implementation vendor servlet name you should be configured. What implementation vendor you are using, JAX RS implementation vendor, that is Jersey servlet should configure here. Let's assume that this Jersey URL mapping is /rest. URL mapping is /rest. Okay. URL mapping is here /rest. Now here see your client, how to frame the URL. See how your client can identify this is a resource. HTTP : localhost : 8080/order-service/rest. Whenever this, if you observe this URI, if you frame this URI, please try to understand. This URI, the flow will go to your Jersey servlet. Jersey servlet has the responsible to identify the resource. First, your HTTP request will go to web.xml. Your Jersey servlet object will be created based on the V1. Jersey servlet has the responsible to identify the resources. To identify the resource. Jersey servlet has the responsible to identify the resource. To identify the resource. Understood, team? Once you will identify the resource, so you need to call orders. Orders plus get method means this one will be called. If you want to call this one orders /orders/ I want order ID 123. Okay, which method it is? Get method. Okay, now what about next one? Slash orders slash get orders slash get orders. See how you are able to understand how to pass these values. It may be a query string and order name is equal to mobile. So last one slash orders, but it is a post. HTTP method as a post. Post means you need to pass the request to body. I will explain. This is basic simple one. If you understand that okay, HTTP diagram, that easily you can understand. Either XML or JSON, whatever it, mobile, that's it. Okay, now here see. Now what I am trying to say here, if you want access this one, this is the URI, this is the resource, this is the URI, this is the resource. Sorry, only simple orders means slash v1 get means it is able to access this resource. You are able to access another means this one. You are able to access another means this one. Try to understand. See, it is called request. How you are, all these are called URI. How to access your resources. You want access get orders, you want access get orders 1, 2, 3 means how to read the values from the URI means inside of the method you should give @path para order ID. Whatever value will come, right, those values will be coming there. Here you should write int order ID. Understood, team? Here you should write int order ID. Similarly, if you want to read here, how many arguments? 2 arguments. How to read the query string values? @query param. I will explain later. Go for order ID, int order ID. Go for comma @query param order name. I will explain all are clearly. Order name, int order name. Int order name. Understood, team? Now, see,
What is the query
for all these
path?
URIs, first you are going request with v1. Okay, I will explain what is path param, query param. As of now, you will feel these are the annotations.
Okay.
How to read the values from the URI. Path
Okay.
param and query param. If your path structure is in this way, go for path param. If you are okay, if your input parameters in the form of query string, go for how to read the values from the query string. Use query param. How to read the values from the URI path param. How to read the values from the URI query string, query param. Understood?
Understood.
Yeah. Now, if it is body, so it is not. It is a post. You should go for post. But here interested one is how your resource will represent a response. I want represent a response in the form of XML @application/XML. I want represent my response in the form of JSON. @produces is used to response representation. On top of resource, you need to give. I want representation in the form of XML produce, but what is the request here? Here my request is in the form of either XML or JSON. If your request, till now we are getting only response, but last method expecting both request and response. How we are expecting request @consumes application/XML @consumes application/XML. And what about response? Order is not important. You can give any order. @produces application/XML.
Sir, what is consume for, sir?
I will explain. @consumes is request representation. What kind of format you are expecting request? This @consumes internally is used for to convert this XML into Java object. Here I have a Java object. Who will convert your JSON to Java object? Who will convert your XML to Java object? Who will take care? Who will take care? So, who will take care? This @consumes will take care. Who will take care? @consumes will take care. Understood, sir? @produces means always your resource will prepare the Java object, but @produce as the responsible to convert this Java object into XML. @produce is used to, I will give some statement. @produce is used to response representation. @consumes is the request representation. I will explain. Here are these annotations we have. Here are these annotations we have. I will write these annotations comments. Jax RS annotations. First annotation. @path. @path. This is used to identify the resource. The scope of @path, scope of this annotation is class level, method level. The next one, @get. It is used to get the resources from. It is used to get the resources from server. The scope of this annotation is class level. It will be used for class level also. No. It should not use class level. It should be only at method level. @post. Like that, we have so many HTTP methods are there. We'll discuss all these methods later. It is usually to insert the resources into server. insert the resources into server. The scope of this annotation also method level. Now next one, at the rate produces, it is used to response representation. 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 The scope is at class comma method. If all the methods are same response representation, go for this. If all the methods of only one representation, if all the methods of this class, all the methods of this class, the representation is all the methods of the class, okay, representation is same. Suppose all the methods are XML only here. Here is my code here. Here is my code. We started writing the code right here. No, not this, not this, not this. We have it. If all the methods same representation, go for class level declare. Okay, at the rate of produce enough. But one method is one, another method is another, declared at method level. At the rate of produces. Okay, what is the representation? Is it only one representation or multiple representation? I would say multiple representation. I will explain later when we should go for multiple representation. Then we should go for multiple representation. I will explain that later. That means the example is at the rate produces application/XML application/JSON. When you should go for XML, when you should go for JSON, I will explain. Application/JSON. That's it. Now here single one. Here is example is at the rate produces application/XML. That's it. And I should go for this. I will explain this. Okay. Hope. Done. Okay. Next one. What is at the rate consumes? What is at the rate consumes? It is used to request representation. The scope is at class level, scope is at method level. It is used to request representation. It is used to request representation. No. No, next one. Sixth one. At the rate path para. It is used to read the values from the URI. To read the values from the URI path. The scope is at method level. I will explain this practically when we talk about more example. I will explain this. Scope is at method level. At the rate query param. query param. It is used to read the values from the query string. It is used values from the query string. It is used values from the query string. Okay, it is used value from the query string. It is used value from the query string. Okay, no, like that we have so many annotations are there that we'll discuss now. Okay, now we'll see it. So how to expose your normal Java class as a resource? How to expose your normal Java class as a resource? So using these annotations, then only your normal Java class would be exposing as a resource class. Otherwise, it can't be exposing as a resource class. Understood, team? Hope everyone is clear now. Now we'll see. Now, very important topic we are going into discuss now. Importance of HTTP. Importance of HTTP in REST. Very important. Importance of HTTP in REST. Okay. Any doubts, team, here? Are you clear or any doubts here?
What is the difference between path param and query param, sir?
That I will explain, sir. In practical example, you will be able to know. I will explain. Please wait some time. I will explain very clear what is the difference between path param and query param. Understood? Yeah. Still anything? Any questions? Please walk through once this one. Any doubts you can ask me here.
We take a value in the bracket, curly bracket.
Yeah.
Explain, sir.
Yeah. Due to space issue here, I'm not taking. You will get more clarity during our examples.
Sir, this is like void equal to 1 to 3 and name equal to mobile. So is this a
Understood?
JSON format, right, sir?
No, it is the data is coming in the form of URI, right? No JSON.
Yes.
It's a normal string.
Yeah.
Only
Yes, sir. Yes.
JSON is if
I
you are
thought
passing
this is a
in
JSON.
body. No,
Yeah.
it's a normal string. Normal
Okay,
URI string. Yeah.
And sir, what is the default? What is the default @consume? Means what the if any method once we'll call the test API, what is
Okay, I will
the
write
default response we'll get?
one. No. So in Spring REST, it is in JSON. In plain REST, no. This annotation always mapped with this annotation always mapped with @post annotations. These annotations mapped or binding with this annotation binding with @get annotation. Always binding with. So in Spring REST, if you are not specified, default is JSON. Here you have to mention, otherwise it will give error.
Okay, sir.
Okay, otherwise it will give error. Default, if you are not specifying, default it will be assume that plain.text. Okay, plain/text format. That all will show you practically. That all will show you practically. Is it clear, team? Please check once. If any doubts, you can ask me. Take 1 minute time. Have a look. If any doubts, you can ask.
This OID in curly braces, you will explain later, na, sir. This order ID in curly braces in the path path at path, you will explain later, na, sir.
Here, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This value will come dynamically from the URI /orders order ID. The URI in curly braces means this value will come dynamically. How to read that value using path param. how to read the value using path para. Understood?
Understood.
Hmm.
Sir, like with Spring MVC, we have to configure here in web.xml.
No, don't
Here we have to configure Jarux
confuse no
implementation
Spring
vendor.
MVC. I will talk about Spring MVC also later.
Okay.
Yeah, there
I'm
we
talking
should use a
about
get dispatcher
web.xml.
servlet. I will explain that later.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, here in Spring MVC, you should go for dispatcher servlet.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I will explain. I will talk about more. Team, is it clear, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please let
Yes,
me
sir.
know if you have doubts. Yeah. Now we'll see importance of HTTP protocol. Importance of HTTP interest. Okay, first we'll start. What is importance of HTTP interest? What is HTTP? HTTP stands for hypertext transfer protocol. HTTP stands for hypertext transfer protocol. It is used to transfer the data from client to server. It is used to transfer the data from client to server. It is used to transfer the data from client to server. It is used to transfer the data from client to server. Hypertext transfer protocol. It is used to transfer the data from client to server. It is a stateless protocol. HTTP stands for hypertext transfer protocol. It is used to transfer the data from client to server. It is a stateless protocol. It is a stateless protocol. Now, next one. So, what is the HTTP? So, I have a client. I have a server. While you are transferring data from client to server, you should frame the HTTP request. While transferring data from client to server, you need to build HTTP request. So your client will give response. HTTP response. HTTP response. Now we'll see. Now we'll see next one. How would happen? Very important team. See what I would say here. Here it is a client. Your client may be a browser. Here it is a client. Your client may be a browser. Here if it is a server. Here it is a server. Here it is a client. Here it is a server. So what would be happened here? Client will send a request. Client would send a request. Now server will give response. server will give response. Now what happened here? Client will send HTTP request. Server will give HTTP response. So you need to understand what is HTTP request format and what is HTTP responsive format. You need to understand what is HTTP request to format and what is HTTP responsive format. Very, very important. Can anyone tell what is HTTP request to format? Can anyone tell what is HTTP request to format?
There are in the HTTP request there are 3 parts as part of the request.
Yeah.
First one is first one
what are
for
those 3 parts?
URI, and second one is for header, and third one is for request body.
Okay. Yeah, looks like good. Now we'll see. You have 3 parts. One is request line. Another one is URI. Okay. No, URI. Okay, request line will have request to URI. Header, request to header. Another one is body. Another one is body. Another one is body. Request line. Okay, request line, headers, body. First we will talk about request line. Method name plus URI. Method name plus URI. That means, okay, example is if method is get method, URI means slash orders something. Slash orders. Slash orders. Method name and URI. Method name comma URI slash orders. So okay. So what is mean by okay headers? How this sample structure is there? Okay, sample example I will explain later. What is meant by headers? Headers will give metadata of the request. Metadata of the request means example who is calling your application. It is in the form of key value pair. Client is Amazon. Who is calling your application? It is who is calling your application. Who is calling your application? Client is Amazon. Who is calling your application? Client is Amazon. And from where this guy is calling, what is the IP address? What is the date? See, more information about your request is called metadata. So means in request you got orders, but from where is request coming, who is calling, what is the IP address? These are all information more about request. Yeah, what browser it is. User agent means what browser it is, what language these are calling, accept language, everything. Headers are very, very important. Now, next one. Body is optional, no body for get methods. body required for post methods. No body for get methods, body required for post methods. No body for get methods, body required for post methods. No body for get methods, body required for post methods. You need to understand this. If you are not understanding this REST, no, if you are not understanding this HTTP, you can't understand your REST. Please try to understand. Done. Okay, example one. Okay, example one for example one for HTTP request. Okay, example one for HTTP request. Example one for HTTP request. What is example one? Get method. See, method is get. See URI. Okay, what is the URI? Slash orders. So get method and the slash orders and get method and slash orders and what is the slash orders URI? Order ID 123. Headers, you have any headers like user agent or whatever it any headers? Mozilla. Now here it is an option. No body. It is a get method. No body. Example 2. Example 2. Example 2. Post method. How the HTTP request format I am talking. Here you should have the body. Body may be XML. Body may be JSON. Order. You need to pass the body. Order ID. Order ID. You need to pass the body. Order name. Order name mobile. Closing this. So you are passing this body. If it is post means compulsory your method is here post. Post means compulsory you should have here method is equal to post. Compulsory you should have here method is equal to post. User agent. So here it is your order. Here it is your order. Is it clear to you or any questions? So put means different. Delete means different. It is your HTTP request format. It is your HTTP request format. If it is URI path is this. Example 2, get method with query string. Here you should use query string. Order ID 123 query string. Name is equal to mobile. Order ID 123 query string. Name is equal to mobile. That's it. Any questions? This is HTTP request to format. Now, can anyone tell what is HTTP response format? Can anyone tell what is HTTP response format? Anyone? Still it is not done. Yeah, tell me.
So what is the method in output, sir? In which produce consume what it will send that to?
That I will explain. Next I will explain. But I am asking normal HTTP response format.
Yes,
How
sir.
your server will send HTTP response format to your client?
Yes, sir. As part of
Yes,
the response
Status
format,
line, status line, response
Okay.
errors, and
Yeah, please go ahead.
message goal. Yeah.
Good. Not sure this is digital Zoom. Now we are doing meeting, right? You are typing in Google and you are telling not sure, but let's see. In my classroom training, most of the no, in classroom training, most of the people is not telling. Yeah, okay then. Status line.
No, sir. Actually, I learned these things during servlet.
Okay. That's good for okay, remembering. Yeah. And
Yeah.
HTTP body. So status line. See, you will be able to know after half an hour. You will be able to know how easy your REST API. You don't need 3 months, 4 months, 5 months course at outside. Trust me, 2 days is more than enough this REST API. Status line. Status line means what is the status code and status message. Status code means REST APIs has given so many status codes. So your HTTP response is given
1x,
100,
2x,
100 to 199. It is called informational message. This is called 1xx. Now if you go to here, 200 to 299, 2xx. It is called success message. 300 to 399. It is called redirection. 400 to 499. 4xx. Client side. 500 to 599. 5xx. Side. Now let's see. But why we should learn this all? Now we'll see later will be. Headers is common information about more about your headers means metadata of the response, like how much response content length, what is the content length, okay, and okay, next one, how much response content length, and okay, next one, so next one, okay. Now what is the response type, what type of content type you have, application / XML or JSON, like that. Headers will give more information about your request. Headers will give more information about your request. Body means list of orders. How you will get list of orders? Order response. What is my status? Order status is delivered or something. It is body. It depends. It is body depends. Understood, team? Or any questions you can ask? Any questions you can ask? Okay, now see now. Okay, next one. Okay, next one. What is next one? So now, so we have seen okay request and response. What is one simple example, end-to-end example? What is one simple end-to-end example? Simple one, okay, end-to-end response. Okay, example. Now here see end-to-end example. 200 message is okay, or sometimes okay success are okay. Okay, headers are all. What is the content length? what is the content type, and so on all. No. Body is mandatory in response. Here, response body is mandatory. Here, response body is mandatory. In case of request, for get methods, no response. But in case of here, response body is mandatory. In case of here, response body is mandatory. Any questions, team? You can ask. Any questions? Any questions, team? Any questions, team? You can ask. If all okay, then we'll start our importance of HTTP. How to use this HTTP in our REST. Any questions, team? Here you can ask.
No,
Any?
sir.
Hope all are good. All are good, team. No
Yes, sir.
questions. Yeah. Now we'll see. Now very important. Yeah. When request will be coming from your client. When request will be coming from your client may be a browser. Your client may be a Java client. Your client may be anything. And request will be coming from your client to your server. What your server will do? What your server will do? Now, here you have there is a HTTP request. Here you have there is a HTTP request. Here you have HTTP request. Here we have HTTP request. This HTTP request. This HTTP request. Here you have HTTP request. Here we have HTTP request. Here. Now you should see what is the request line. Okay. If you have request line means again here we have two parts here. One is method, another one is URI. One is method, another one is URI. Very important. Please try to understand. You can take last one picture also. Very important it is. If you understand this, nothing is there in our REST. No. Another one is headers. Another one is request headers. Already HTTP request is there, right? Headers. Last one is body. Last one is body. Last one is body. Now here's last one is body. Now please try to, and your request will come from your client. Request URI, what are there? Whenever request will be coming from client, request URI, method is there, URI is there, headers are there. If it is get method, no body. If it is post method, body is there. Here you have so many HTTP methods. So many HTTP methods. Get method, post method, put method, delete method, trace method, head method, options method. Here we have so many are there. So what would be happened here? For every get method, what your JAX RS will do, it will map equivalent. For every HTTP get method, your JAX RS will take care equivalent of post. For every get method, your JAX RS will map equivalent of JAX RS method. For every HTTP method, your JAX RS will add equivalent of HTTP method. Equivalent of your JAX RS method. Equivalent of your JAX RS method will come. Okay, now. So that's the reason whenever request will come, these are your JAX RS coding. In your HTTP request object, what method is there? It will map corresponding to your JAX RS. If it is okay, then only your request will be able to process it. URI. How to extract the data from the URI? JAX RS has given so many annotations at the rate path para, at the rate query para, at the rate matrix para, at the rate form para, at the rate bean para, at the rate cookie para, at the rate context URI info. All these annotations are used at the rate XXX param, I would say, at the rate XXX. All these annotations are used to extract the data from the URI. All these annotations are used to extract the data from the URI. All these annotations are used to extract the data from the URI. All these annotations to extract the data from the URI. All these annotations are used to extract the data from the URI. All these annotations are used to extract the data from the URI. Understood? To extract the data from the URI. Understood? So all these are available from javax.ws.rs package. That is okay. Package is okay. But from the URI, when you should use path param, when we should use query param, when we should use matrix param, form param, I will explain. I will explain that. But at this stage, your requirement is only get requirement. Blindly you should think, hey, in our project I should use either one of the annotation to get the data from the URI. When you should go for path param, when you should go for query matrix, I will explain. But either one of the annotation you should use to read the data from the URI. That's it. How to read the value from the header at the rate header param. But this annotation is used. We can read only one header at a time. If you want to read multiple headers at the rate context, HTTP headers, this annotation is used. We can read more than one header. We can read multiple headers, one or more headers. We can read one or more headers. We can read more than one or more headers at once.
One or more header means one or more attributes of headers, no, sir?
Yeah, yes. So okay. It is called only user agent only. If you want one more header, one more @ param. One @ header param can read only one header key values only. If you want to retrieve all the key values, you should go for @ context. HTTP.
Yeah. Sure.
Understood. So how to read, how to implement, now we'll show you practically, don't worry. No. Till HTTP request header, any questions you can ask. Now body is very, very important. Now please check once, review once, let me know.
So how can we get more headers, sir? One at once.
Is it okay, others? Yeah, it would be income, right? It's a key value pair, right? I told, right? Client ID, IP address, date. How can read? Okay, instead of one by one read, we'll go for @ context HTTP headers. It can read all the headers. How to read? We'll show you practically.
Okay, sir.
I will show you practically how to read. Any questions, team, on headers?
No, sir.
Any questions? Hope you are good. Now go to body. When body is an mandatory, if any data in your HTTP post body is a mandatory. If the HTTP method is post, if HTTP method is post, then only body is mandatory. If HTTP method is not, if HTTP method is not post, then body is not mandatory. Now, what would do here? Content handlers. How to read the value from the body means it is called content handlers. How to read? So to read the values from the body, it is called content. You are sending data in body means it is called content. How to read the value from the body? How to read the value from the body? Now, there are so many are there. One is java.io.input stream. Another one is java.io.file, java.io.input stream, java.io.file. Another one is java.io.reader. Another one is string, char array, byte array, string, and also JAX-B classes, Jackson classes. These are the annotations to extract the data from the body. Either one of them we will use, okay, depends upon the requirement. Either one of them will use, depends upon the requirement. These are the how to extract the data from the URI means these annotations are required. We can't use all the annotations at once. What is your requirement? Based on the requirement, I should go for path param. Based on the requirement, I should go for query param. Based on the requirement, I should go for other params. Understood? No. These are called predefined content handler. Few of the content handlers are custom content. What are the custom content handler means? Message body reader, message body writer. These are the used for any kind of data format should come. This it can able to handle it from the HTTP request body. Message body reader, message body writer. Understood? So this is the way whenever request will come from your HTTP request to your client, you need to know. So your JAX RS is very intelligent. Your JAX RS should know if only get method, it will take care of using only get annotation. If it is a post method, it will need for post also. If the headers also is there, we should write in our code how to read the headers also. We should write in our code how to read the headers also. Any questions, team, you can ask.
Predefined content handler are two types, predefined and custom. And these are of the retain the input stream file reader. These are the annotations, sir.
These are the classes. These are not annotations. Only to extract the data from the URI only annotations. These are the classes, means developer's mission.
So this is classes and we should use, yeah.
Yeah, this is the annotations. These are the classes. How these classes will help us to read the data from the file.
And what is a message body reader and writer, sir? Explain again, sir.
Sorry?
Message body reader and message body writer. Explain again, sir.
See, what is the use of this means? REST supports data formats are HTML, data formats are text, data formats are XML, data formats are JSON. See, in future any ABC format will come. Again, you should write the code how to convert ABC format to Java, Java to ABC format. No. What this message body reader and writer will do, if any new data format also will come into the market. If any new data format will come in the market, these classes will take care. if any new data format will come, then custom handler will take care to handle it. Irrespective of the data format will be coming in future, custom handler will take care to process the load. Understood? Any questions, team? You can ask. Clear, team?
Yes, sir.
Hope you got understood. Now, next one, HTTP response format. Same like here. In this response, what are the steps are required? One is status line, another one is headers, another one is body.
Message.
Yeah. Yes, now we'll see. Here it is called status line. Here it is called headers. Here it is called body. Status line, two things. One is status code, another one is message. If you understand this, rest would be easy. Okay, nothing is there in rest. Status code, another one is message. What are the status code? You have status codes are 1xx, either one, 2xx, 3xx, 4xx, 5xx. What are these messages? Maybe okay, success, redirection,
DRL,
client side error,
platform,
server
side
side
error.
error. What are the headers here? It's all headers. You don't need to write any headers. You don't need to write any. No annotations are available here. Okay, headers here. No annotations are available. In code, whatever headers you have set here, it will come. If you are not setting default headers are, what is the response content length? Another one is what is the content type? These are the predefined headers. Content length maybe some 1000 KB. Now response type maybe application / XML or JSON, whatever it.
And server name also, sir.
Yeah, whatever it you will. Now here is body is this body, both are same. Ultimately here goal is how to content, how to do this content handler, how to do this content handler. Now here what you will do, this content handler you should go ahead with so many use cases. Content handler you should go ahead with predefined content handlers or custom content handlers. Same like request, what are there here? Response there, their input stream and all is there. Here output stream java.io. Output stream, what are the string, what are the char array, byte array, JAX B classes, Jackson classes. Means if you want to handle XML, go for JAXP. If you want to handle Jackson, go for this. Custom means what would you do? Say message body reader and writer. If any new data format you want to send, message body reader, message body writer. That's it. Message body reader and body writer. That's it. Okay. This is the way how to handle. Now, sometimes depends upon the requirement. Okay, depends upon the requirement. I want only body. I want only response body only. I don't want all other stuff. Okay, example, I want only response body only. I don't want other stuff. Then you should go for either predefined class is called java x dot rs dot java x dot web services dot rs dot core dot response is class is there. This response class will hold. Okay. So okay, if you want only body, if you want only body means you should go for only okay HTTP response body. If you want only okay response body means give either JAX-B classes or Jackson classes you can give. You want only body means JAX-B classes or Jackson classes it give. So now okay requirement is I want all status plus headers plus body means then you should go for then we should use response class. We should use java x dot. We should use these classes. We should use java x dot of ws dot response classes. We should use this one. We should use this one. Okay, depends upon the requirement. We should go for this okay, return type. You want only a response body, go for your predefined classes only. No, I want all okay everything. Go for this java x dot ws dot rs dot core dot okay response classes also you want to go. This is what. Any questions, team? Okay, then we'll see how the use cases. How the use cases in our real time. We are going to see use cases. No, number one. Only get services. If only get services means no. We should know how to read the data from the URL. That is, we should
So
read
what does it mean only get services?
only get the data from the servers. Only get the data from the servers, not post the data into servers.
Sir, only one time, only one method can be read. Sir, only one method.
No. You can use 100 methods, but all 100 methods are only get.
Okay.
So only you are not sending data to your server. You are retrieving the data from the server. Understood? So, yeah. Okay. Depends upon the requirement. Your client will tell, hey, I want to get the list of products, list of orders, list of no. Means only you are getting, you are retrieving. Client will tell, hey, I want to get service, but I should track something who is calling, where is calling, I want to know means we should know how to read the data and
Client information.
We should know how to read the data using @xxx params and @header params. You should use @xxx params and @header params also. You should have strong knowledge. Hope you are clear, team. Did you understand what I'm trying to say? Hope you are clear everything. Yeah. Now next one. What is post service? post service means we should know how to read the data from the body. Then either we should use predefined content handlers, or either we should use predefined content handlers or custom content handlers. Sometimes client is asking, I want to post the data into my servers, then at the same time I want headers. How to track? Then use content handlers plus @ header params are @context HTTP headers @context HTTP headers. That's it. Any questions, team? These are the possible real-time use cases. Now if you are strong on this, here only get means you should know path param @query param matrix param path query matrix form param path param query param matrix param form param bean param. That's it. Second use case means we should use all. Plus header param comma context HTTP headers. Post means high level. Only you should go for content handlers. How to handle your content. Post plus headers means content handlers plus @header param or @header param or context HTTP headers. That's it.
Sir, in post service, we write data into body, na?
Yeah. No. Your client will write the data. Into body.
Okay.
What you guys will do? Read the data from the body. Your consumer has the responsible to prepare to place the data into body. As a provider job, what is that? Read the data from the body. How to read the data from the body? Read the data from the body, convert this XML into Java object. Once you got the Java object, then whatever you want, you can do it. Understood? Is it clear or any questions on it?
Sir, for reading data, we can use a get method. Then why we use post?
Here, data is coming from the body. Get means if data will be coming in the URI. If the data will be coming in the form of body, we should use post only. How to read the data from the body? Post. How to read the data from the URI? Get.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, understood. Are you clear? Okay, now. Now we'll see actual practicals. Now theory done. That's why this HTTP request is important. If you understand this, you can compare easily. Please read these 4 points once.
Sir, explain last one, sir. Fourth number.
Fourth one,
Yes,
you
sir.
need to use content handler. At the same time, you should use either header params, or if you want to read along with content, only single header, or if you want to read along with the content, multiple headers.
So in diagram, sir, we suppose service plus headers, na?
Here, right?
Uh,
Here you are asking. No, I will show you practically.
okay.
I am not getting what is your question.
I ask you, sir, please explain this again with the reference from the diagram also.
Yeah. Anyhow,
Yeah.
he'll show you practicals, right? At that time, you will be able to know.
Okay, sir.
All of examples we are going to show, right? At that time, you will be able to. Is it clear, team? Now, second example, how to configure web.xml files. How to configure web.xml files. These things we have to know. These things we have to know. Okay. Now let's see. Now let's see what happened, how it works. Now let's see. Then second example, we'll see at the rate path param, at the rate query param, at the rate matrix param. We'll see all this stuff from the second examples. Okay. Now see, now first example, hello world jersey. It is simple one. Now here see. So now what it would happen, at the rate path. So now simple one, hello resource, at the rate path hello resource. Now so it should return, if you pass only get slash hello resource, means hello jersey would be executed. If it is XML slash abc, means what it would be happened. Now XML would be written. If it is slash xyz, means what it would be written, HTML file it would be written. I have written one simple JAX-RS. Simple JAX-RS. So how to write the step 1. Steps to develop REST API at provider yet. Steps to develop REST API, REST service at provider yet. Number 1, create Maven web project. Number 2, add JAX-RS vendor. Which vendor you are going to use? If you are using Jersey, add Jersey dependencies. Add Jersey dependency in pom.xml. Create Maven web project. Create Maven web project. Create Maven web project. Add JAX-RS vendor Jersey dependency. Add JAX-RS vendor Jersey dependency in pom.xml. Add JAX-RS vendor Jersey dependency in pom.xml. Jersey dependency in pom.xml. Next one, write resources which will represent at the rate path annotation. Write resources which will represent at the rate path annotation. Write sub resources which will represent at the rate path, at the rate get or post, at the rate produce, comma, at the rate consume annotations. Write business logic in sub resources. Number 1. Last one, write app.xml. Write app.xml. Write app.xml. Write app.xml. Configure. Write app.xml. Configure Jersey servlet. This is what step number 1, create Maven project. Step number 2, add the dependencies. What dependencies we are using? Jersey dependency. Add the Jersey dependencies. If you want to bold, we can go ahead with the bold also. Jersey dependency. We are using Maven JDK 8 version, so we are deploying JDK 8 version. So we are deploying JDK 8 version. So we are deploying JDK 8 version. Done. It is done. Okay, next one. What we should see. Next one. What we would see next one. What we will see next one. Now, where is your app.xml? App.xml. What is your com.sun.jersey.spa.container.servlet container. Param name com.sun.jersey.config.property.packages. Param value com.strenotech.rest means your classes package name.
Package name, yeah, classes package name.
So that during your application startup, during your application deployment, it will scan the resources classes which are available under this package. It is normal class. If you remove this, it won't scan. I will show you practically. It will scan only the classes which are representing with @path. So in this package, even 100 classes are there. It won't scan all the classes. It will scan only the classes which are representing @path. The classes which are representing @path. The classes which are representing @path. Okay, the classes which are representing @path. So it is the app.xml.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, it would have been better if you are showing us from the starting how you have made it.
Yeah, sure. That also we can start. No problem. /v1. So I would be copy from here in that case. file, new, others, Maven project, others, Maven project, create, not simple project, next, web project, next, group id com dot Sinotech, artifact id. You can take anyone, it's not a problem, but for more clarity I could take from here. Now click on next, finish. First step is here, we should add the dependencies, and to avoid this JDK 5 always, what we should do, we need to add, one is dependencies, one is JDK 8 plugin.
Apply.
Yeah, I'm removing all this stuff. So we need to add these dependencies. So either you should go for Google or it's already working. I'm copying these dependencies. What dependencies? We should, Jersey server dependencies. Okay, done. So provider end, we have created a Maven project and added the dependencies. Maven update. Maven update. Done. Now next one. No, next one. Now please, next one. I need to write the code.
Dev.xml.
Now first we'll write the code, then we'll go for gap.xml. src main Java. What code? Class com dot
Sinotech.rest.
rest
Class demo
hello resource.
Finish.
Here we need to go ahead with red
Add path from
path
hello.
slash resource. We need to go for one method for public
Void
string
display.
hello text. Go. Is this get method or post method? Get. Here return
Hello.
HTTP. Why it is not giving get method? At the rate get. Yeah. The rate get. Return. Hello Jersey. Whatever it. So it is. It return is plain text, right? At the rate produces what format we are going to use. Plain slash text. If you want to prove, go to here. Go to here. @produces annotation. 1 second. Java x dot double x dot. Okay. @produces annotation. A list of media. Why it is not? It should give.
Hello?
Yeah.
Below have a method, sir. First time this type method I have seen, sir. The string value default.
Let me check. List
What
of
is this
media
syntax?
types. List of media types. Each media type would have 1 second. So a method for single value produces is not required to set media type of representation that it produces. Not default value is star star anything it can give, but it should not give. 1 second. I'm just adding this. It is a text slash plain only. I'm just adding this.
Media type dot test HTML. This way,
No.
sir. Media type.
Yeah. You can give anything. You can give direct or you can give.
Acha, we can give even, sir, at the method level. We can give at class level also, na, sir?
Yeah, if the all methods are giving same response, you can give class level also. It's not a problem. See what would give a hello resource. It is a simple text plain, simple text slash XML. I'm giving just a hello jersey. This method is called if text plain is a request. This method is called if XML is a request. This method is called if HTML is a request. Done. So @path xyz @path abc. So abc means this XML would be called. Okay, HTML means xyz would be called. Text plain means this will be called. Okay, so it is simple one. I'm not using any complex. In media type you have so many. You have text HTML, you have text slash XML, we have text slash plain. So many are there.
Many constants. Many constants.
Yes, yeah, many constants. Okay. Now, what would happen here? So now we need to write cap.xml. It's okay. It's not recommended to write this cap.xml manually, because if any something small mistakes are there, it is the problem. So now I'm adding one dummy class just for showing this. A dummy class. This class would not be scanned. src web app. What is our cap.xml? As it is, I'm going into provide here. Now here see what I'm doing here. I have configured this servlet class name. What implementation vendor? If implementation vendor is REST easy, write that REST easy. Implementation vendor is CXF, write CXF servlet. You need to inform that where is your resource classes. Hey, my resource classes is available here. Hey, my resource classes are available here. and the next one is param value. Next one is param value. It is, that's it. How it could be executed and all. Now we'll see that practically. We'll see that practically. Okay, now done. So now we'll see. Done, my development is done. I could add, created a project, added the dependencies, added these classes, resources and sub resources, write business logic in sub resources, write app.xml, configure this app.xml in Jersey servlet. Okay, that's it. Now run as mvn installed. What is the error? JRE not JDK. Build path, configure build path. It is referring JRE not JDK. You need to give JDK here. Now run
That is
as.
still not.
Hey, now it should come. The name is like that, but it is referring JDK only. Done. Build is successful. Once build is successful, now deploy your application into server. Deploy the application into server. How to deploy the application? Here you can deploy run as server, but not sure, it is not. As of now, what I will do, I'm going to copy manual deployment. Manual deployment means go to my folder, softwares, Tomcat, web apps. I'm going into deploy here. I'm removing all old ones. I'm going to deploy my application. How to deploy the application? How to start? Bin cmd, bin cmd, Tomcat, sorry, not exe file, startup.bat. So Tomcat would be started. Tomcat would be started. Okay. In this, what is our port number? What is our port number here?
8080.
8080. What we'll do? HTTP : localhost
8080.
80. No, it's not 8080. It's 2021. I did change one earlier. 2020. Manager app. Admin or Tomcat. Either one. It's Tomcat. No, it is my application. See. See, you can see during your startup logs. During your startup logs, you can see what are the services would be called. During your startup logs, you can see what are the services would be called.
We have run many times this way during servlet, sir.
1 second. Now I would say why this enrollment and all is there. If you want, I can remove already existing applications. Apps. Here is the row. Here I have some previous projects. I'm stopping. I am removing MRP.
Remove.
Delete. Now again I will start. See here. During my application startup, if you see here, what classes are scanned under com.sinotech.rest. What classes would be scanned? See in this package, what are the classes are there in this package? See, it is clearly telling that com.sinotech, see, scanning for root resources and provider classes in the package. Scanning for root resources and provider classes in the in this package, not for the not for the not for the normal classes, only JAX RS classes only it would be scanned. Understood? Now done. Now next one, see how to go here. Very important here. If you see, if you want access, so once deployment is done, I am framing the URL /rest what you should do /rest. It is hello resource. Oh God, that is the reason hello resource is not scanned. That is the reason hello resource is not scanned. See, again I will deploy. See, earlier while I doing copy paste, hello resource was not copied. Understood what I'm trying to say? Now, see, I remember I told the class which is called @path means compulsory it would be scanned. It is not scanned means your class don't have the resources. Again you should rebuild it and deploy. Now we'll see previous log and this log. Run as build clean installed.
Sir, we can add a server in Eclipse also, sir. Then we can run on it.
You can add. It's not a problem.
He's just trying to show how going to scan everything.
Yes, you can add. I will deploy this. If you will be deployed here, then we can see more logs. That's the reason. Startup.bat. Now here, see what logs you will see. Previous log and this log. See the difference. See the difference. See the class which is scanned. com.sinotech.rest.hello resource is scanned. com.sinotech.rest.hello resource is scanned. Earlier this was not happened. Understood, team? Earlier this was not happened. Now it is there. So do you remember? Do you have here get also? You have here demo also. Is this okay? Demo would be scanned. Is this okay? Demo would be scanned? No, because demo does not have path annotations. Only resource only will have path annotations. That's the reason path is there. That's why here it would be scanned. Now you should go here. Go to here. See here how to call your first resource slash your app.xml. What is this, man? Slash your app.xml. Your app.xml path. So whenever you call your app.xml path, if you are not specified any, by default, first one will be executed. By default, first one would be executed. If you want to go for a second one, what it is called? Now you have to see here slash rest slash abc. It is also get. Go for third one here. Go for third one here. Same URI is same. Now what you will do? XYZ called. Understood? No. Please try to understand. See, if it is, there are 3 URLs. How to test your APIs? How to test? Slash rest slash. You should not call this one because you have to add root resource. That root resource is hello resource. Now you got, if you are not specified anything, first method is called hello resource is calling. Hello Jersey would be called slash rest. It should call everywhere after rest. Without root resource, you can't call your sub resources. If you want to call sub resources, compulsory you have to call root resources. Via root resources only you should call this sub resource. Sorry?
Yes, sir. Firstly root
Sorry, sir?
resources, then sub.
Yes. Slash rest is your app.xml path. After that, slash allow resource.
Inspect, sir. What is the problem?
Yeah, let's see. Not only browser, you can test many ways. I will show you always. Not only from the browser. How to test your REST APIs.
Using
See,
Postman.
how to test from the REST APIs. Yeah, using Postman. I will explain. So how to test REST APIs. So if it is get service, then using browser we can test it. Whereas get plus headers, comma, whereas get plus headers, comma, and post, then if it is get service, then using browser we can test it. Whereas get plus headers, comma, post service, then post services, then we should, whereas post service, then we should use one of the, you should use postman. What is the use of this postman? What is the use of this postman? Postman, see, I have a provider, I have a consumer. See, once your service is ready, I have a provider, I have a consumer. So whenever your service is ready, whenever your service is ready, what you will do? You will share the Swagger URL or service URLs to your consumer. You will share the Swagger URL, or whatever the service URL is there, whatever service URL is there, all these URLs, APIs, URLs to consumer. What consumer will do? What consumer will do? Consumer is trying to access your provider. What consumer will do? Consumer will try to access your provider. Consumer is okay, try to access your provider. So during access, if consumer is getting continuously errors, during, while consumer is testing this service, if consumer is continuously is getting errors, so what consumer will slap like anything to your provider? Hey provider, I am accessing your service, I am doing testing, so many errors, and till now I did not see any okay success response from your service. It's a bad to your provider. It's a bad. Provider, feel like, see, why this service is not working? Before sharing your service to your consumers, provider will do the proper testing. Before sending this service to your consumer, provider will do proper testing. How provider really will do the testing? What is the provider real testing? These real testing should be replicated by these testing tools like Postman. Instead of you will share these URLs to your consumer, you will share all this to whom? Your Postman. You will do the proper testing from where? Postman. So now from Postman you will test your service. Your provider feel like request is coming from where? Consumer only. Like that you need to configure all this service endpoint URL. You need to test your service. Make sure your service is working fine or not. If service is working fine from Postman, consumer also it should work. That is the reason. There is no front end here. If it is front end means browser you will go. If it is you have UI means okay, you should go browser and okay, you can test it. But no UI here. Before sharing your user guides, your Swagger URLs or your API URLs to your consumers, make sure as a provider you have to do minimum unit testing from the Postman. Make sure your service is working fine properly or not. You are testing from Postman means you are really testing from your consumer. You are testing from Postman means you are really testing from the consumers. Understood? Hey, if your service is working fine from the Postman, then you will tell, hey, hello consumers, my service is service is working fine properly, you can start your accessing my service. If it is only get service, go to the only browser is enough. Yeah, if it is okay, I will explain now. If it is post and get plus headers, we should go how to enable this postman tool. Here is the postman API platform. You can download it, and it is an open source software. You can download it. I have already downloaded. Download this postman software download. So many are there. Yeah, now see how these URLs are there. As of now, it is only for get one. No problem. See, take this URL, go to your postman's. It is an URL. What method it is? Get or post or put or any HTTP method.
And paste here.
If you have headers, if you have headers, you need to add headers here. How many headers you want? Add that many number of headers. If you don't have headers, remove it. If you have body, whenever you will give post, body would come automatically. Raw body and all, form data and all. As of now, it is a get. As of now, it is a get. Slash rest slash hello resource. Now, first one. Click on send. If it is only get, no need get plus headers means you can't pass the headers from the browser, then postman is required. If it is only get, it should work. What is the error? No error. See, it is calling actually. Hello resource is calling. See, here we are not getting response from this. See, hello resource. How many times you would be called hello resource, hello resource? Okay, resource object is created. Resource object is, see, I got the response. See, hello Jersey. Now browser also it should give. See, I got the response. Hello Jersey. Understood, right? So no. I want second one. What is second one? ABC. ABC means I want represent my response is in the form of XML. How to go? Either postman or browser. Go to postman. Get method. No headers and all. We'll see headers and all next example. I'm expecting only XML. Meanwhile, you can go to browser. ABC. Why it is taking this much of time? Sorry?
Why is taking too much time, sir?
Yeah. Maybe my system issue or what. See, I got the response. Response is here XML, not HTML. XML.
Yes,
Here
sir,
is.
XML, yeah.
Now, if you want to go for third one is HTML. If you want to go for third one, new one, if it is headers are there, okay, we'll see all this, okay, example differently. If it is headers are there, we'll see all these examples are differently. See, I got the HTML response. Go to your browser. I got the HTML response. Understood, team? And this is way how to do simple REST API. You can do test using Postman. How to use simple REST API? You can using Postman. Understood, or any questions here?
Understood, sir.
So this is only first example only. You'll see so many examples day by day. No, done. Now what happened? How my consumer will write the client code to access my provider? How my consumer will write the client code to test this provider? It is using Postman tool. What consumer also will do? Consumer end steps. Consumer end steps. Consumer end steps. What is this consumer end steps? First, consumer get the Swagger or REST APIs endpoint URLs from provider. Get the Swagger or REST APIs endpoint URLs from provider. Understood? Okay, next one. Next one, what happened? This guy also using Postman. Blindly, this guy will not write the code. Test the service or APIs using Postman. 1 second. Yeah, now here see. Get the Swagger or REST API endpoint URLs from the provider. Now, second point. This guy also Postman anyone can use. This provider also first will test how your service is working fine properly or not. Even QE testing team also we will test how this service is working fine properly or not. Performance tester also will do the testing how this service is working fine properly or not. It's not like only provider. Why I should write unnecessary code if my first I will use this Postman. First I will use this Postman. I will test my service is working fine properly or not. So if service is not working, why I should write the code at consumer end? If service is working, then only I should start. Test the services APIs using Postman. If it is working, then write the service client code to call the service. Now here, how many ways you can write the service client code? There are so many ways you can write the service client's code. For how many ways? We can write the test client code. A, using java.net.url, java.net.url, A, using java.net.url, using java.net.url, B, Jersey client, using Jersey client, so many ways. C, using Spring, using Spring. D, using REST easy, E using Apache HTTP client. F Apache CXF. G JAX RS client. But market not using all. Market is crazy and Spring. Market is not using all. Market means in our real time we are not using all. Market most of the real time is using Spring. Most of the real time is using Spring. We have to use Spring. We have to use, but I will show you ABC also. But in our real time, we have to focus more on this Spring. How to use this 3. So how to write the client code? C. File new others Maven project. Others Maven project. I am using simple Maven project. com.srinutech 01 underscore JAX RS underscore hello world underscore client. Hello world underscore client jar. This is client application. This is client application. This is client application. Now here see. First, which client it is? No. I am using new class com.srinutech. New class com.srinutech. New class com.srinutech. Now next one. What is the class? Net client. Net client. Public static void main. See. How to use URL? URL is equal to new URL. How I can get this URL? At this stage, I am copy paste from here. I am using it, but in your real time, your consumer will be there. Some other applications. Your consumer may be Amazon. Provider may be URL. Provider is maybe a Yahoo or whoever it is. How your Amazon guy knows this URL? Swagger. Later I will explain Swagger. Here I am not explaining Swagger. Later I will explain Swagger. Okay, everything is Swagger here. Swagger will have all the details. What is your URL? What is your HTTP method? What is the request format? What is the response format? Everything will be represented in Swagger. In tomorrow's example, I will show you how to Swagger enable and all. I will show you tomorrow's examples. But everything is Swagger. Without Swagger, no projects are there, team. As of now, I am hard coding. It is starting examples. In day-to-day examples, I will explain Swagger. I mean, after 2-3 examples, you will see Swagger. Tomorrow, you will see Swagger. Now, okay, it is URL able to. I am able to open connection. URL dot open connection. What kind of connection you want? You want HTTP URL connection. So I need to connect to HTTP URL connection. Now what it will do?
Handle exception handler, yeah.
So no one will use this, only for practicing. I'm explaining what everyone will use. I will explain. Connection dot set request method. How could I know this request is get method or request is post method? How can I know? Unless your provider has okay informed to you, then only I should able to know here. Otherwise, I don't know. What is request property? Request property means what you are accept. I will explain accept and all. I will explain later. I will accept. How can I know? It is my provider code. I am the consumer. How can I know? Swagger. Swagger will tell everything. Using Swagger only I can prepare. Using Swagger only I can prepare here. Here just I'm copy paste here. But if I am the Amazon, my provider code is available at Yahoo. How can I know what is the URL, what is the method, what is the request property? How can I know? Your provider guy has the responsible to prepare one user guide, share that user guide to your consumers. Understood? New input stream reader dot connection dot get input stream. See, it is URL. It is open the connection between client and server. It is get the data from the server. Once you got the data, what you will do? br dot read line. I don't know how many lines are available until reach all these lines. While again that's it. See now here, see if I run the application, see I got the response or not?
Yes, sir.
I got the response from my server. I got the response from my server. This is the simple client code. So many complex clients code are there. How we'll see? I will explain. See, it is the simple client code. How to call from your service. Simple client code. How to call from the service. Simple client code. How to call the service. Now here see. No, but no one will use this. What about next client? New class jersey. Say to write this jersey. To write this jersey, I need jersey dependencies are required.
Yes, sir.
To write this jersey, I need jersey dependencies are required. So then only I can use those classes. I can use those classes. By the way, I'm adding Spring also for Spring client. So now, how this jersey client code? Anyhow, this no one will use. I just to show you how this Jersey client code. I will change only endpoint URL. See, first you need to prepare the URI. Here is the URI. This URI will be shared by your provider in Swagger. What is Swagger? Swagger. We'll see that Swagger. You'll see that Swagger. So now here see. You'll see that Swagger. Now here we have client is equal to client dot create. Client dot resource. It is web resource. It is web resource. It is web resource. Now you got the resource object. Once you got the resource object, resource dot get off client response means it is the URI. Once you got the URI, through the URI prepare the client object. Through the URI prepare the client object. Through the URI prepare the client object. Through the client object get the resource object. Okay, web resource object. Now you got web resource object. Once you got the resource object, what you will do? Resource dot get method. If it is post means post method. Whenever the statement it will be executed, it will call your server, get the response. Okay, response dot get entity. That response will be held by in this string. So this is simple how to call Jersey client. You will get the response. See, response you got XML. But market industry, no one will use this Jersey. No one will use this .NET clients. Those days gone. Just for awareness, I'm explaining. There are so many ways you can write the REST client code using java.net.url, using Jersey, using Spring, using JAX-RS, using REST-EG, using CXF, using Apache HTTP client. There are 7 ways you can call your REST APIs. 7 ways you can call your REST APIs. But the popular famous is Spring. Now we are going into see that Spring. Okay, this
Comment
code would
this
be
one.
no.
Comment
Okay,
this
next. Why? Okay, next class I will write. It will be good, right? No. Yeah. Spring client, Spring REST client. So what happened? In Spring has some modules to connect with the database. We need a JDBC template. To connect with Hibernate, you need Hibernate template. To connect with the REST service, what template has given Spring? Can anyone tell what template has given by the Spring?
REST template.
There is a template is called REST template. REST template will be used at only consumer end, not provider end. This REST template class is available in Spring Web Jar. That's why earlier I have added this Spring Web Jar. Ignore version. Understand the concept. REST template is equal to new REST template. Now what we will do? REST template dot get for object. If it is post for object. If it is put for object. If it is delete for object. Every HTTP method, REST guys has given, Spring guys is given predefined class is called REST template. Predefined class is called REST template. REST template dot get for object. Here is our URL. String URL is equal to string URL is equal to it is get method. What is your response? What is your response? String dot class. That's it. You don't need to write any code. Everything will be your Spring will taken care internally.
Sir,
If
what
it
is
is
REST template, sir?
REST template is the predefined class which is given by Spring Web module org.springframework.web.client. This class is used. See, get for object. Internally, it will write the code. Instead of you will write all this code, it will write the code. It will frame the get method. It will prepare the URL. See, whenever you click on this, execute. You will not give execute. Who will execute this? REST template will take care this execute. How you have written your first client code? Prepare the URI. That instead of you will write, your REST template will write the code. Instead of writing too much code by the developer, your REST template will write this code, how to prepare the URI, how to prepare this. Now it will execute. Now it will execute. Do execute. See here, it will invoke the service. It will invoke the service. Create the request. Client request is equal to create the request. Once you got the request object, now what happened? Once you got the request object, what happened? Request dot execute. This request dot execute will be executed for execute internals. If it is common HTTP client request or simple HTTP client request, depends. This client request it will be called. This will take care how to call your RESTful web services. See how the connection dot instead of you will write all this stuff, your Spring guy has written for us. Instead of you will write all this boilerplate code, you just will write REST template is equal to new REST template dot get for object. That's it. It will take care to call your service and get the response. Service response is no. Try to Java. See, you got the response. You got the response or not? Team, you got the response or not?
About response.
Any questions, team? Team, did you understand, team, what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
Team, did you understand? So here
Yes,
it
sir.
is main. Here it is the main method. In future, you'll write big flows. Will write in real time. This consumer end main methods would not be there. Only for practice example, I have added here main method. Only for practice example, I have added main method in our real time. It is like a different one. We'll see in our. If any guy by mistake is asking, can you write the snippet of the code, how to call your REST API, means you will be in the position to start write. Hey, in our project, we are using GET APIs. No, we are using REST template code to call the GET API. This is the snippet of the code. So interviewer feel like, okay, you are hands-on guy.
Yes, sir.
Understood? Or any questions? Understood? Or any questions?
Understood.
Okay. Now, so how many ways you can call? So many ways you can call. So many ways you can call. So now, fifth one. Use one of the client API to call the service. The below steps are common. A, set the URI. B, set the method. C, invoke the client, invoke the server and get the response. Invoke the server and get the response. That's it. Invoke the server and get the response. That's it. Any questions, team here? Any questions you can ask me. Did you understand, team?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand what we are trying to say? So
Yes.
we have discussed how to write one provider end. We have discussed how to write one consumer end. We have discussed how to write one provider end. We have discussed how to write one consumer end. Any questions, team, you can ask. Hope you are clear everything.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any confusions, team? This is our syllabus. Now we are into here still. How to handle the URI, how to handle the post content example, how to do the exception handling, how to do Spring REST, all will see. Hope you are good, team. Shall we start? Yeah, please.
When we will see Spring REST, sir?
No, okay, tomorrow. Tomorrow, okay, examples are there, right? We can see Spring REST example. Okay. Team, shall we do one thing? We'll start tomorrow at 7:30. Is it okay? Morning? 7:30 to, sorry?
8.
It's okay, sir.
Okay, sir. 7, so we can back up early.
Yeah. Okay, is it okay, team? No?
Yeah, fine.
Tomorrow you'll start how to path param, query param example, when to use path param and query param, how to use post example, what is the importance of Jaxb and Jackson, how this Spring REST we are going into use tomorrow. We are going to see all these use cases.